All right. What's up, everybody? And welcome back to another episode of Chill and Grind, where we do both in a healthy proportion so we don't get bored or frustrated. And basically, yeah, we're mostly just chilling and playing some cards here. Now, um, we are continuing our challenge for these episodes. That is actually trying to get even on Zoom, which seems to be very hard these days. But yeah, we're gonna keep on trying. We're not gonna give up. We're gonna start at PLO 100. We will see how it goes. Probably gonna stick with that stake because it seems so much more fun. Yeah. All right. So we still have time, like until Sunday. Couple more days. Try to get even. We are not that far, actually. Any time of the day, we might actually get even, and perhaps maybe even end up in profit after all. All right. Let's let's have some coffee and let's warm up a little bit. Starting at PLO 100. That sounds great. All right. Yeah. Yep. The first hand. Yeah. It's very simple. Okay. So yeah, today we are actually on time, starting from 7 p.m. as well as tomorrow. Same thing. Although possibly there might be another challenge. You will see, guys. That will be played less often, just every now and then, an hour or two. But you'll see. I think it's gonna be fun actually. Yeah, mostly we will be chilling here. Don't worry. Same thing. All right. It's pretty good flop now. Note that we are short. We don't want to bet too big. If we bet too big, it's very easy for our opponent. Now, anyway, the hand played itself regardless. Right. Oh, almost. All right. So actually, there seems to be already some action right away. So we might actually chill right from the start at some regular tables as well. Yeah. So I think we have to defend, although interesting. Okay, so this actually can show our hand strength. Yeah. That's cool. So these kind of hands in 5 card are folds against the under the gun. Okay, I think we just check. Uh, yeah. We block aces and kings. There's no question about calling the turn. The river will be questionable. Probably paying off anyway. Like, this is probably the best bluff catcher we can get. Okay. Okay, if we had 4-3, it would be better. All right. So yeah, don't worry. There still is a chance that we're gonna get even, or even worse. You know, classic. So actually, there is no room to failure. Yeah. So this kind of quick warm up, as we already have two 5-10 tables going on. But yeah, we kind of gonna play slowly, okay, but definitely want to secure the seats. Yeah. Okay. So we block all the bluffs. I mean, we block yeah, king, queen, and king of spades. That sucks. Yeah, the third barrel looks like very strong. I don't know. I feel like we wanna call and see what happens. Because again, we block the value hands, right? We block bluffs, but whatever. Yeah. Got paranoid from last hand, you know. I mean, of course, we were calling right away. We just have to cry a little bit and then slow roll, net roll, and call. Right. Yo, what up, coffee hater? Finally, I got some coffee for you. Welcome back, bro. Yeah. I think that we are going to start an interesting challenge. Maybe tomorrow already. But that one will be probably pretty long. Yeah. One third, yeah. I don't know. It looks kind of weak to me, don't it? It's weird spot because like it feels super weak, but at the same time, we also don't, really. It's harder to represent. I mean, we don't really check race too often, and it kind of might look like we got okay. We check whatever. I would probably check anyway. We got like triggered by the small bet raising. Now this might be pocket nines, could be queen nine or whatever, but we're not folding, right? I mean, if it's pocket nines, it sucks. Or or queens. Yeah, interesting. So the provocative bet definitely worked. Call was also an option, but yeah, was not a weak bet after all. But definitely felt weak. All right. I think we can check or bet. Like ace high boards, we can check. We can bet pretty often. Uh, However, top and bottom, we like to check a lot. All right. Now, road to 100K. Interesting. That might be. I don't think we're gonna make a flash fold. So, yeah, well, just gonna call, whatever. Yeah, we're not making this hand fold. A road to 100K, that would be interesting. It might be the whole road after all. But yeah, so we did the 2 to 20K challenge, right? But where do you get the 2K, right? So I feel like there should be some prelude to this challenge, like turning 50 into 2K, but at the same time 2K sounds like a pretty lame goal. So it would be probably something more like 50 or 100 to 10K, starting with the real low stakes, starting from the bottom, and respect the bankroll management because there will be one shot only. And yeah, slowly make it up. Kind of simulate the scenario where you have a poker as a hobby and you maybe find yourself 1 or 2 hours a day to play. So that will be pretty much the same. Like every now and then play 1 hour, 2 hours maybe. Track everything, the time spent and everything and every step. We will have to track it manually from some tracker, because Yeah, I also wanna do the regular stream, just chill and grind regular games. So I cannot really put 50 or 100 in a cashier and just play with it. So yeah, we will basically simulate the situation where you would just deposit $50 or 100 and go step by step, day by day, an hour or two every now and then, and let's see how long does it take, how many short session days will it take. Yeah. So I think it's interesting because it's like the classic the poker dream that you just deposit barely anything and run it up into something, and then from that point you can just go on. And also it's like a challenge I've always had in my mind that I would sometimes at one day I would love to do that, and actually follow the rules and go step by step. So yeah, that might be the one. What do you think? We would stream some PLO 1 cents, 2 cents, PLO 2, and then PLO 5, and then PLO 10, all the way until PLO 100, and we would probably add some 200 at the end, maybe 500, but would like to follow the bankroll management. So if we start with $50, we will have 50 big blinds, 50 buy-ins of a 50 big blind stack on 1-2 cents. And the idea is that I will probably stream more during like afternoon time when there is like not much action anyway. So there would be just some chill time to play these games. Alright, asking 5-4. The shorter, the better the hand. Like ace king gets stronger the more shallow the stack is. Because more often ace king will be strong enough to win the pot, like top pair, top kicker, where you cannot put too many bets because of the short stack. All right. We have two good backdoors and a straight up one pair. We are pretty short. Yeah. Okay, we got trapped. But I don't think we can escape now. I feel like we will be very often against the set or something. But anyway, we all pretty much have pot outs against this hand. Okay, well played. After all. All right, that's cool. Yeah, so streaming afternoons, regular game would be better for everybody, I think, as long as there would be action. But the thing is, there's not really much action during afternoon, so it's not really worth it. So yeah, this might be actually a good balance, that there would be some stream during the afternoon, and I feel like PLO 100 and lower doesn't matter the time. There's always action, always enough tables. I mean, we play at most 6 tables at a time, and there are just way too many tables all the time. So yeah, for that purpose, that would be perfect actually. Although I just think that this kind of stream will be pretty irregular. So I can never tell if I can stream tomorrow. Unlike these. So there will be more like spontaneous afternoon streams, random time, but they will be shorter, so it's also easier to watch in case in retrospect. Okay, we got value owned by ourselves. But anyway, the cards are same, so there is still a lot to talk about, even playing PLO 2. Although I think that it would be nice to mention the important stuff that actually matters mostly at these stakes, because probably the game will be different, but the principles apply regardless. All right, this is our flop, baby. Definitely want to bet. If we get check raised, it's not that good. Yeah, even though we have a top two pair. But yeah, definitely most likely than not, we are ahead. Yeah, even though he's short, we are in position. Pretty perfect rundown. Single suited though. Yeah, this is very easy. I mean, I think like it's obvious, but when you are trying to learn prefab ranges, sometimes people get too stuck to the position, like in a solver you don't 3-bet this against under the gun or something like that, but you wanna keep in mind the frequency of your opponent, right? That's what matters, not the position. So okay, interesting. Feel like we gotta bluff this hand, even though we block 8, 9, 7. We block 7. So the solver ranges are just like a guideline, what is correct against what range, right? But then the reality differs because every situation is unique, basically. Every time people have different stake sizes and people play differently. Nobody plays GTO, right? It's impossible. So you adjust the best way you think you can. Yeah. Let's just chill. Let's not try to make some crazy bluffs with no blockers at all. Better just check and hit that ace. And check again, I guess. Yeah, so this bluff would probably not work. Maybe. But I think it's too risky. It's not worth it. Okay, I definitely want to play this hand somehow. A 3-bet would also be fine. I'm not so sure against the algorithm. Yeah, in position we can be pretty aggressive, as well as I think we can use small size. That gives us more room to bet more hands, and it's harder for the opponent to defend. Okay, this is not a good card to be barreling. Unless we want to just go bet. Yeah, I think we just fold. Could be anything. Yeah. I'm gonna respect that bet. I mean, actually, there are missed draws. But also there's like 4-5 that got there. Maybe he can bet kings or aces for value, which he should, I think, because we are capped. Or we could have raised, but that's also a little dicey, right? Yeah, actually, against min raise, it makes us automatically more deep. So I kind of want to 3-bet and play a high SPR in position rather than calling this hand and then inviting all the other players into the hand, which will not be as great playing multi-way. Just check, we have a 5 that can be still good in showdown. Now I think we have to call if he bets. Ah, deuce 3. That's possible, you know. Yeah, anything. We didn't really block much, and he even should have pocket sixes there. He will have 5-4. He can bet kings pretty much. Now we have kings. Pretty low board. That's a good start. I don't see a reason to bet. Because if we bet, we're just gonna make worse hand fold and better hand continue. So better wait for that backdoor, baby. Now it's a different story. I think we can bet. Because I mean, if he has aces, we have equity in case we get called. Unless he has aces with hearts. If not, we can make it fold, right? Whatever, I think we can just raise. Calling is also fine because we just have a good hand. But I kind of like raising. Alright, so we are actually chilling right now. There's just one table going. That's this one. Just chilling, warming up. No time bank at PLO 100. It sucks because I feel it's harder to actually get time banks on Zoom rather than the regular tables. I feel like we are always out of time here. Guys, let me know if the sound is good, if the mic is not too quiet, as well as if there is not every breath, because it might be actually annoying. So I'm trying to kind of fix the mic to find some good balance. All right, some interesting family gangbang flop. The first card, great. Then the three other cards, or two other cards. Uh, we need to hit the 10 of clubs, and then somebody else to hit the straight flush. What now? Like, I think we can just fold. We block our outs. We have middle set. Out of position against the whole gang. Okay. Pretty good flop. I mean, double suited definitely wanna 4-bet. A single suited, I think we don't wanna overplay ace king king too much. Yeah, we are just all in somehow. We don't want to raise the flop because we want to keep the bluffs in our opponent's range, and we don't want to isolate into a better hand, and we are in position, so no reason to raise. And if he had like aces, we would get it in anyway on the turn, but this way we make him keep that hand. Alright, we wanna bet. Probably just pod and problem solved. So we will have two sizings here. Small bet and pot on the flop. Turn just pot. Ooh, we got trapped by aces. Yeah. Nice. It's actually a good trap, you know, sometimes. Because if he 4-bet, we fold kings, right? This way, we are confident that our overpair is good. All right. We are in a hand here. Let's see what happens actually. Might or might not be interesting. Probably not interesting. Yeah, I don't think there is a good reason to bet. And definitely no reason to call. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if we wanna lead from the small blind on this board. Maybe 100 BB deep. Why not? Check is also okay. And then bet the river for a bigger size. Leading the flop probably would be fine with that hand. Although we would get action from a better flush draw. Okay. Just check. We wanna hit our backdoor flush, preferably. Now, actually, this is what we are hoping for, right? Alright, we have to defend very loose against a small size. Here, probably just check fold the river. But calling the turn with 2 pair and a gut shot. Okay. We are not betting until the river. Whatever. Don't want to bet often though. Okay. I think it's okay to steal a lot of ace-x hands when everybody is 100 BB deep. and just fold. All right. We joined some 2-5 game, and first hand we got some action. Top pair, top kicker, not gut shot. We are basically all in. The turn is not the best, but the SPR is very low already. Oh, yeah. Nah, I don't like this kind of ace X. Like, yeah, we have some backdoor, but we have 3 diamonds. Alright, some aces. I think we didn't see aces for quite some time, right? Did we have aces today? No, it's a pretty good flop. So there are 2 strategies for this flop, right? Like either bet small or much bigger, even though it's paired. Both will work fine. Bet very frequently either of these sizings. Okay, double pair, double suited. Very amazing hand, actually. Now, we can go crazy and go bet. But in general, we don't really want to bet this flop much at all. However, now it's a different story. We check a lot of straights on the flop, so we can still represent straight. We do not block any pair very easy to have a flash draw for him, but I feel like we might just try this, and maybe it works. We block straight, right? Yo, what up, Julian? Thank you, bro. Yeah, we are just chilling. But so actually, we are trying to get even. Almost forgot about this part of the challenge, but we are gonna be starting another challenge tomorrow. Stay tuned. I think it will be fun, but it's gonna be a long way. Hmm. Okay. Check. Hmm. Probably just gonna check because we're not gonna make a better hand fold often. I feel like this guy knows. We would get bluff catched very wide. I feel like, yeah, kings are never folding. They shouldn't. Probably to any bet size. All right, right over here we have some aces. Almost a good flop. If we played hold'em, it would be very nice. Flush draw. Regardless, we are all in, right? The SPR is very low. Okay, very nice trick bet, bro. Like tank 2 minutes and bet 10%. I mean, if you have flash, we are paying. We already paid. We pay up front. Alright, some hand here. Yeah, now we had some action. Holy shit, that is a good flop. So, what do we do? Probably just bet small. Okay, the 10 is actually not that bad. It might look bad at first glance, but actually now we have more power to make something fold, and if we were against a 10x, we would be all in anyway on flop if we bet bigger. Alright, now I think we're not happy, but we are all in. I mean, we would be all in regardless, right? 5. Never mind. I think like the 10 is actually alright. Meanwhile, here, let's see what happens. We 3-bet and then we bet flop. The plan was to bet fold, but we improved to a monster, so we continue barreling. too short to open. I wonder why don't we ever have time bank on Zoom? Like why? We always have like 8 time banks on every regular table, but never on Zoom. And it sucks because we actually need it, right? Okay. Just check fold. Yeah. Let's try another Zoom table actually. Yeah, it's Thursday and the games are getting much better. Okay, I think. Oh, nice. We are pretty deep, but yeah, actually, it's so stupid to use time bank pre-flop. But actually, in this spot, it might make sense. Cause kind of want to play with this guy. You know. Oh, we are in position in gang bank flop. Family. We have top pair, top kicker, but probably not the best hand. Yeah, let's see. Probably gonna just check it down. I mean, he probably has a lot of aces. I don't know. We block one ace. Might be too pussy fold. We are in position. He can just bet whatever. Let's see. Maybe we're gonna see a showdown. Yeah, the colors are basically the blue is players that are less willing to play. Oh, that's not nice for him. Yeah, orange color, players that they're willing to play more. Basically, it's more fun because, yeah, you can play loser as well, and yeah, play some more poker rather than. You need to be very cautious against these guys that are very tight. Yeah, but we, after all, play with everyone anyway. But yeah. But it's not necessarily a whale. Okay, I don't know, just go. Interesting river. might get us into trouble. Okay. Yeah, players that play every day and play tight blue, like be careful, more careful against them, and you know, they're not too interesting. But still, we are in a war against everyone around here. Doesn't mean that he's blue that we are afraid of him. Not really. So we have some blockers. That's how every story where you punt away your stack starts. Luckily enough, we got raised and we can get away from it because we would go bet, bet, bet for sure. And the story would be the same. Like, yo, bro, I had really the best blockers I could have ever had. How can that guy call me 3 times? I'm glad we only bet one bet. Here, I'm not really sure about the turn. Very precise value bet. Here we got trapped or something. There was a limp. Raise, we call. I mean, who cares about the trap? Yeah, I was kind of wishing for 2 aces to come. Welcome, Panda. Yeah, I'm gonna drop some bombs later throughout the day. Um, no, I don't really have too many colors. Like, maybe, yeah, actually, there is one different color. But I don't use it that much anymore. Anyway, as you can see, I don't even take too many notes. Sometimes, when I'm really fresh and I see something, I do. But yeah, I try to remember. I don't mark too often. Usually it's like when I'm in the mood, I start marking players and take notes or something. Usually not too much, but yeah. If you play every day in the same pool, then yeah, I think it's really important to take notes, but at the same time, you remember these guys. So yeah. Also, I just feel like I don't wanna differentiate too much on stream or take down too many notes. You know, just for some reasons. Yeah, we shouldn't really limp, but this hand just felt too weak to raise, but too strong to fold. But yeah, we shouldn't really limp in this Zoom player pool. It's not about the player pool, but you generally wanna limp only when the break is really low or there's ante. Now, probably just fold. Yeah. And also, when you play Zoom or something like that, I actually think that the time you save on gaining that extra little edge when you limp, you can gain more when you just fold and go to the next hand. Because you save yourself some mental energy and time. Because you will be in a spot that like is different from others. I mean, unless you really study limp pots and you're not used to it, it's very different. So if it's not automatic for you, then you will just think about every single decision. Like, that's in my case. Um, that's not really my strength, limp pot, out of position. So for me, I think it's better if I just skip that because it doesn't come automatic for me. You have very wide ranges. I mean, yeah, I'm used to playing heads up, but this is a little different, and you are always out of position. Um, yeah, might be too loose actually. King 10 8 7. Let's see. Here we have a big draw, whatever. Check or bet. I think because the 9 is also our out, I might lean towards betting. We have a hand right here. Very short. Whatever. Okay. Oh, we scoop it. Okay. Let's see. How is Zoom 200? Okay. This board we wanna check very often. Against a pot bet. Interesting. Probably fold. Yeah, I mean we have a backdoor, we have a gut shot. Whatever. Okay, we have a multi-way hand here. Didn't hit anything, so that's gonna be easy. Just check. Unless we will have some very nice opportunity to bluff, but I don't think it's very likely. We just have complete airball. Yeah, just fold. Yeah. So here we open kings. There's a call, there's a squeeze, and there's a cold call. Ow. Oh, maybe we cold kings actually. Open, call, squeeze, call. Alright. Let him ship it. Hmm. Interesting. We have a gut shot that might be valuable, actually. I think the flush draw is alive, actually, at least some part of the time. Because if he had flush draw, he would probably could bet the flop. If he had the not flush draw, he would definitely want to steal. Now, we also had the gut shot, so now we're folding. Well, let's see. Our flush draw was alive, actually. Interesting hand. The 5 was not good. But flush draw was alive, yeah. We play against Jane Andes. Is it the real one or doesn't sound real to me? Japanese Jane Andes. Why not? The J is probably for Japanese. Japanese Nandes. Yeah, just fold. Shout out to you, bro. We gotta respect. Yeah, fold. So we either wanna call or 3 bet. I mean, 3 bet is okay. Hmm. And we just fold. Here, better scenario. We flop set. Still okay. Alright. But the flop was good actually, and we still blocked straights. Alright. We were almost even, I think. So we might bet pot or small, whatever. We 3 bet before the flop. Okay, 3 spades I don't really like, but we are in position. only because everybody is deep and we have ace king on the button versus cutoff. That's kind of okay. Okay, I think we can fire this turn. Okay, timed out. Never mind. Was about to limp. Actually, let's raise. Still. So I feel like we hit this flop way more often, and yeah, calling doesn't sound too appealing. And we do want to have some raise fold, right? Okay. That's a good start. That's not good anymore. Yeah, basically we might wanna sometimes min raise, cause like if he's bluffing, right, then he will fold. We have draw. However, it will be ace x very often. Whatever. Almost folded. Sometimes, yeah, clicking random. Yeah, probably just fold regardless. Because he has too many ace x in the range. Or we get called by kings. Damn. So maybe fire the river, right? Yeah, that was like random. I wouldn't follow that, guys. I would probably just fold. Fold the turn. And maybe raise something with 8 in your hand. That at least you block like the full house and you can fire the river. But this would be like a very random bluff on the river. It was already random on the turn. Yeah. Alright. Waiting for a decision here. Alright, be right back. Just 2 minutes. Super fast. Yeah, I'm back, guys. Let's uh let's not do any random clicks and last second decision. That's usually not good, right? Okay, here we just go all in. SPR was low and we have strong hand to begin with, and some blockers. Okay, let's just see. We actually improved a little bit. We get closer to our goal. I feel like we almost were there at one point. Okay. How much do we raise? Probably pot. We are deep, whatever. We have a real strong hand, no joke. And we also hit the flush. The not full house and not flush at the same time. Here, not sure if the race is the best option, but like maybe you wanna race against kings or something. Call as a standard, however we can fold to a raise. Now, we probably are never gonna win. Yeah, still might be like tens. Provocative bet. I mean, I feel like just fold, I guess. Whatever. You would have to bet like, I don't know, the bet was really small, but I think it's very hard to win. We are out of time bank, as always. Okay. Two zoom tables are very distracting, actually. I guess we have to call. Yeah, I quit that zoom. Oh right, we have ace of diamonds. We have gotcha. That's what matters. If we get raised, on the other hand, it kind of sucks. Okay, definitely didn't want to check. Want to bet at least something. All right. Yeah, of course. I don't think we are folding. You're welcome, bro. Got there for free. Anyway, against 1/3, he should still call. He might have folded though. against a put bet. Probably he would fold. Yeah. We should get some time banks. Yeah. All right. We hit some strong hand. I don't think we can bet 3 barrels. And the 6-5 is quite good to have. Like if we hit 6 or 5, we can hit straight or something. All right. I think we just check raise, because either he has nothing and we get extra bet, or he has full house and he will bet anyway and we can check raise, and maybe he will not believe that we have it. Okay, he believed right away. Good read. Too trash. This is better. All right. Pretty good flop. Pretty good turn. Like, we do want to bet. If we don't have quads, I mean, if we have quads, whatever. Doesn't happen too often on the turn. But with like 4x, we do want to bet. Yo, this is no bankroll challenge. The 2 to 20k is over, and since we have nothing to do, we just track the Russian cash progress, and basically we have 5 days left without any challenge, and so we are just trying to get even. The 3k is just whatever number there that we probably will not reach. So that's just basically some numbers trying to get even. doesn't mean anything. The real challenge is gonna start, well, there is very likely one challenge is gonna be starting tomorrow. The one that we talked about at the end of the stream yesterday. And another one in the middle of December. Some bankroll challenge. Yeah, chop chop. So yeah, there will be pretty much two things going on at the same time. So we will find some very nice balance of playing every possible stake that is running here, from the lowest to the highest. So yeah, there will probably be some 1-2 cents. Okay, I think we just check. We have a hand that we can defend with against the bet. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know, the bet size is so small. So yeah, we have to defend quite loose. Although it looked really scary, it is still pretty polarized bet, in my opinion. Whoa, finally we have a really strong hand in the splash pot. Oh shit, I see, my bad. I see it now. Alright. Shouldn't be here. Clear. Thanks. Yeah. I want to start with check. Snap check. Really. And we hit one of the best turns that we can hit. Damn. It's so tempting. I feel like we gotta fall into the trap again. Yeah. Damn. I mean, usually when we fall into a trap, you know, we get out. Can't trap us. Yeah, I think I really like that one. So probably could be starting tomorrow, but it will be like very infrequent, like extra challenge on the side. So, you know, kind of simulating the scenario where you have a lot of things to do and have poker as a hobby, and then maybe you find 1 or 2 hours, not every day, to play poker. So we will spend the same amount of time and see how it goes, how fast we can get there. I believe there will be for sure some PLO tournaments. I'm not really gonna play Hold'em tournaments, but definitely gonna join some of the PLO events. Are you gonna be there as well? Okay, I have too much action, actually. Yeah, whatever, let's try to raise. We also play one heads up right here, one zoom. So actually, and these two games, yeah, probably just fold. Definitely, it's too much going on right now at the same time. Too fast. Can't catch up. I don't even know what did we go all in against with jacks. But all I know is we were in a bad shape. Okay. Oh no, we were in a good shape on flop. Oh. Okay, you guys chill. I'm definitely not chilling right now. It's too much at the same time. That's very unhealthy. Yeah, I gotta quit something. The problem is I don't want to quit any game. All right. So yeah, there are not only going to be PLO tournaments right there. I believe there should be some for sure, and there also are gonna be some tournaments in the same city in different places. Pretty big ones. Not sure how good, but yeah, they announce pretty big guarantees. But the buy-in is like 2K minimum. But there's like a million guarantee, and then they have some crazy high stakes tournaments. Okay, we have a hand here in heads up that's pretty strong. We go all in. Alright, chop chop. Meanwhile, probably just gave a present right here. Didn't pay attention at all to his hand. Yeah. There's too much. Too much going on right now. And I'm too stubborn to leave any game. That's obviously not a good thing. Here we are not all in, but we are calling the all in. Good turn. And safe river. Okay, I think we just wasted time bank here. Maybe that's why we don't have the time banks, because it takes like, I feel like it usually takes the time bank away and we don't really use it. Okay. What will you be doing in December? All right. So some aces we might call in position. Yeah, we don't want to make kings fold, right? Same thing like last time, the guy against our kings. Okay. Damn. It's not easy actually against 1/3. We have to defend wide. Now, not good. I don't know. Almost cold. But I'm not sure. Like fourth turn, it's also okay, I guess. Yeah, there will be really a lot of action around here. Nice, we are in position actually in this splash pot. Yeah, with the ace of clubs, it's okay to bet. But generally, when I'm check a lot this board out of position. Check call and we will see. Yeah, I feel like we have to call. Like, yeah, we lose against queen, but win against everything else. All right, I actually closed one table finally, so let's chill a little bit. These last 20 minutes weren't the best decisions ever. But yeah, that's the part of the game anyway. Yeah, SPR1, I think we are just automatically all in, especially with the backdoor flush draw. SPR2 would be more difficult. I feel like we run really good. Like every time we get it in, we win whatever equity we have. I see, bro. I'm interested. Like, what do you do full time? If you don't mind, of course, I understand if you don't want to say it in chat. Okay, we are all in. Wow. So this is how it feels like to safely win aces against aces. Nice. Yeah, it's probably close. Call is okay, but another Zoom table popped up here actually. Yeah, I'm gonna close this one anyway. So I actually think we might be even. Holy shit, actually we made it. We are even in profit. Damn. But we run really hot. As you can see, we just win every all in. Usually behind. Yes. I mean, we are doing really good in Zoom games. Today we run super hot, but we are losing in total. Okay, very soon we will be down to only 3 regular tables. Okay, here, no fold. Didn't want to see a 9. It's interesting. What do you think? A guy that so far plays every single hand, will it be easy to make him fold or not? Perhaps luckily the river is an ace and we can save some money on a stupid bluff that would never work. Yeah, I think betting the turn is not a good idea. I just get the feeling that that guy didn't come here all the way to the Zoom game to fold, right? It just looks like. Damn, another challenge over. Got even on Zoom. Nice. So you are in the same area, basically. Yeah, bro, then you can join the challenge as well, trying to turn 50 or 100 into 10k. I've seen, like the 100 to 10k, it's like the classic, right? But I feel like the bankroll is too big. 100. That's like 100 buy-ins short on 1 2 cents. That's too safe. I feel like 50 buy-ins are safe enough. Okay, if we call, we will be able to pretend that we have strayed very easily. But let's not play this game like there is no tomorrow. We would block a 6 high flush at most. Yeah. Alright guys, the chaos is gone. We have chilling. 2 tables or 4, but it's very manageable right now. And most importantly, we still run good. Okay, we are very deep. We block some hands that can raise or continue, but still I think we should be somewhat careful out of position. We don't want to fold this hand. Now, I don't like that we have the 8 in our hand, but I don't like to fold. What do we do now? Probably not folding. Looks like might be betting like set or something. Whatever. Or some airball. Yeah, although we block some bluffs. But I feel like, at least for me, this board this deep looks like a red flag waving at the bull, you know, like I want to go aggressive as well in that situation. Because it's hard to defend out of position. 3 streets. Alright. Stable, everybody's leaving. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the the PLO2 should be fairly easy to like kind of beat from scratch, right? I feel like even if we would be starting with poker, which probably you have some experience already, but let's say if you really just start and you play these games, then what you will learn first is that you are trying to have a better hand than your opponent. I mean, bluffing is fun and part of the game, but in general you are not trying to look for bluffs, like to literally look for them, you know, like let's say in PLO the pre-flop is very important. That's where you start. Okay. A little loose 3-bet and got punished, you see. Yeah. Hmm. Can't continue. So I feel like if you learn like some pre-flop like basics, like try to choose a strong hand before the flop in PLO 2, that should be enough. All you need to know. Yeah. I mean, sometimes, sometimes you have to fold. Hmm. No. Actually, we have a double gut shot. Or whatever. Just fold against pot. Yeah, I feel like in PLO 2 you will also not want to fold too much. And I think it's okay, this is probably a little bit too loose. Okay, nobody cares, right? Alright. I forgot we run super good today, especially on Zoom. So we just looks like we can click buttons and we will get there somehow. So I probably do not want to raise, although I don't think this is a bluff almost ever. There would be small chance that it's bear kings, but I doubt it. Actually, yeah, we have the king high flush draw, so probably never bluff. Well, maybe sometimes. That's interesting, disrespect of a 3-bet and a player. Us. That was a real disrespect to us. Yeah. I actually think that PLO2 is a really good place to start practicing some 50 big blind deep strategy, because you will see how really powerful it is over there, in my opinion. Okay, so this is interesting. I don't know. We have not flush draw and overpair. Could be spew, maybe not. Okay. Let's stop crying about the hands. Okay. I guess sometimes we have to lose a hand as well. That's fair. We've been running super good over here. Kubik. Díky. Dneska to točí docela dobře na Zoomu. We are actually in deep profit this week on Zoom. Wow. If, well, depends how. Yeah. It's a fold against 4-bet. You fold most ace x hands when it's like super aces heavy range, which would be this case. Like under the gun open and then 4-bet. Most people only have aces in their hand, so you fold. You fold anything that has ace in the hand, and you fold kings. Well, besides ace 6, 7, 8 and these kind of hands, these you don't fold. But like, you know, ace queen 10 8, just fold. Even double suited against only aces. You need to have like jack 10 9 double suited. Straight. So even if you have like ace king king and you 3-bet and you face a 4-bet, usually you fold. Because you are in a super bad shape against aces. And you know, some people 4-bet hands like ace 6 7 8 double suited, ace 7 9 7 9 10, 8 9 10, whatever, something like that. You know, just like automatic 4-bet. Then you have also different 4-bet bluffs. But if you put, even if you put there all the ace 5 6 7 and all these rundowns double suited, still the majority of your 4-bet range will be aces. So even if you bluff every now and then, it's not really enough. So you just fold whatever ace you have, besides the ones with the rundown. unless, let's say, the 4-bet is just to call all in and there is no more money behind, then you see if you have potouts to call or not. But if there's still some chips to play for, you just fold. Okay. We are very deep, and the flush draw is just second nuts, but we still want to bet. This is probably too strong to check on the flop. Now I prefer to just check. And actually we had the nut flush draw, but we didn't know, so let's just bet pot. It's easier to get value from any flush now. Okay. Okay. No. Fold kings. Sorry. You fold kings against a 4-bet. Yeah, let me know if you see this message, no fold, before I say it. If you get the response instantly, or also with the delay. Thank you. Please don't get me wrong, you fold kings against 4-bets. You fold kings even against 3-bet in some situations. Actually, pretty often. And ace king is even more a fold. Yeah, I don't want you to misunderstand. Probably say it wrong, my bad. Do not call kings against 4-bet. Unless you have like double suited king, 10, 9. Okay, what happened here? We call... Maybe. Not a standard, of course. But let's say against a button open range, we call this hand, right? Or even 3-bet. Alright, check and snap call. Oh. Bro, I hope you didn't leave before you get the message, because there is the delay. Do not overplay kings. Now if you play like 50 big blinds deep and there is like button open, you 3-bet and you face a 4-bet, a different situation. You don't fold all of them. but you still do. But even if you just overfold kings, that's better than putting more money in than necessary. Oh, it's pretty deep. Okay, not much to do. Here we will pretty often have kings or jacks or flush, so we can stab pretty aggressively, I think. Yeah, if he folds, I think we could raise this hand because we are super deep and we have double suited hand and we are in position. Yeah, let me know if you got that message, bro. Hmm. Nice, for sure, man. I think that would be enough for that stake. Mhm. I don't think we need to play this hand when there are two shorts. The hand is not that great anyway. Yeah, I hope anybody who is watching this will become a good winner. I hope it works that way. Hope it all makes sense. Good flop. Actually, I think we can lead sometimes on the flop. Hi. Hey, Christina. Yeah. Thanks, I guess. It's the light that is shining there. Anyway, welcome to the stream. How about you? Are your hair also shining, or you have a dark hair? Okay, here we actually have some kings that we might squeeze, especially when this flop comes. Now what? We can either check or probably bet small. Or even smaller. Hmm. I feel like in the beginning it's much more important to know the mechanics and don't really fall into the solver trap, because you also need to interpret it the right way. So the pre-flop, that's a very good baseline. Yeah, that's probably the best thing how to train pre-flop. But then you need to be thinking about the hands flexible, like not in terms of under the gun opens, this is the range that I 3-bet. You gotta know that you have a certain range against, I mean, you 3-bet a certain range against like 14% open raise from the under the gun. But if there's a player who probably opens like 30%, you know, then you treat it as a button versus cutoff range, more like, right? But yeah, like that's a for sure necessary for understanding the preflop cards, which one are strong or not, right? And then post-flop, I think some kind of videos somewhere will help you much more than actually like going to the flop. Let's say king jack 3 and like, what do you see bet here? No, uh, it's much easier in the beginning or in general, like, to understand what kind of hands do you want to bet and why. And so when you learn the mechanics, let's say from some videos about c betting, then you will apply it to most of the boards, right? You will not have mastered like one, but you will have the general idea about all the flops. Yeah, so also the post flop solves, especially these that are like public, usually are against fixed ranges and fixed opponent, against another GTO strategy, which is almost never true and also impossible to actually play. Yeah, it's impossible to execute the GTO strategy anyway. So I think it's more overwhelming rather than it would improve your game. Even if you never ever look at it, you don't ever need it. But of course, it helps you a lot once you have a real, pretty strong understanding of all the basics and mechanics. Then it can help you a lot to see what the solver would do and the optimal strategy against another optimal strategy. But don't get too fixated to it. Because what happens, especially at stakes like PLO 100, I feel like players try to study solvers and then they just try to execute whatever there is in the solver, which then like you would have to play all three streets the same way, which you will very likely not, because the solver will have certain hands that he used as a bluff later on the future street and stuff, and it's impossible to execute it the same way until all the streets, until the river. So even though the solver might tell you that the correct option with the exact hands is to raise, let's say, as a bluff or whatever, it might be a big mistake if you do it with your strategy. So there is a huge downfall of falling into that trap, in my opinion. Maybe some helpful solves would be like a 3-bet pot, 50 big blinds deep or 100. And then you look at the straight boards or paired boards and just see the frequency, how often is the solver betting and what kind of hands. So you get the idea. Alright. We open raise pre-flop and c-bet flop and bet the turn as a bluff, and all of a sudden we don't have the bluff anymore. Yeah, I feel that there are like very many coaching sites that you know you will find the videos of on the seabetting pretty much everywhere, and then taking a look in the solver is 100% helpful. But yeah, let's say put this into solver and tell me if I can limp all the hands or not, because this seems to be super trash, but there is a 10 in the middle. Yeah, I feel like this hand might be fold under the gun, but I don't know. Probably will start folding a little bit in the splash pots. So if you have access to some solvers, some solves, then I think the best thing you can do is to roughly see the frequencies of how often you bet. Because even if you're looking in the solver, you're trying to kind of understand why am I betting so little here, or why can I bet the entire range or something. And you're still trying to like understand, I don't know why. But then it's good to discover these situations where you can bet entire range, so that's why you check the frequencies, as well as, let's say you are on the small blind, the button opens, you 3-bet, okay, and the flop is 4, 5, 6. So on this board you're basically never c-betting. I mean, if you never c-bet, you will not make a mistake. If you c-bet often, then you will be making a mistake. So it's good to know these kind of frequencies, when to check your range or bet your range. But it's still easier to maybe get the knowledge from somebody, either a coach, that's the best idea always, or some videos. I mean, the internet is full of some coaching sites and courses and stuff. So let's say like the very basic mechanic would be like, in position you want to bet more often than out of position, because you need to defend out of position. And then generally you want to bet your strong hands, check some super strong hands like top set and not flush draw, like the overkill. And then you want to bet some hands that block your opponent's continuing range. Like, let's say there are 2 hearts and you have a heart and some pairs with it or something. Then you can bet more loose, because there is smaller chance that you will get check raised. Like here, I feel like, okay, in this situation, you cannot put this situation in a solver. It's very hard, like this exact situation, because you have 2 different stack sizes, 2 different players. So In general, you will not be you will not be betting almost anything. But in real time, you want to bet your strong hands. Not always, you know, you have to, but you have to adjust this strategy in this situation. If you play like solver this spot, you will play it wrong. You will miss on EV. Not wrong that you would be losing, but you leave some value on the table. Yeah, today, bro, we are just chilling. There are no huge pots today. But that's alright. We wanna take it easy sometimes and just chill. You know, play whatever game is running. Okay, although I don't want to bet this board too often on the flop. This hand is pretty good candidate to actually bet the flop as a bluff. Or like to bet. Now. Probably just fold. But in that hand you block kings, you block 10, so, and you block 8. So it wouldn't be the worst idea to bet the flop. Yeah, don't worry, bro. It's for everybody. All right, we play very deep out of position. This board we should lead, okay, but I feel like we might face a c-bet more often than we should. So I want to check. And against the pot size, yeah, just gonna call and the turn sucks. not the best run out. Okay. Yeah. The river sucks. Interesting. The price is too good, I think. The 8 completes like every possible straight. Well, besides 8, 9, whatever. Okay. All right. So yeah, here I don't think it makes any sense to bet. We don't want to get check raised. No, this is not nice. And we call because we don't block any bluff, but we block value hands. Sometimes we are successful with bluff catching. I feel like we don't have the fold button today, and it works. I would always call the river with the 4. Probably that's what I was considering, to let him bluff or try to get value from aces. So I mean, it looks scary. He can have a straight, but the question is, will he really bet pot with straight? I don't think so. So the more he bets, the happier I will be to call the 4 that blocks full houses. But the thing is, yeah, I mean, actually, since he bet pot on the flop, it would be a nice idea to check the river. Alright, here we have some back raise from this guy. Raise, call, call, we squeeze. So, yeah, that is a pretty good flop. Alright. Okay, here I think it's a main raise, call, call. We are very deep here. End position, but we have airball. The queen is unfortunately good for him, I guess. So yeah, gotta chill out a little bit and just check the turn and of course hold the river. Yeah, we have some spontaneous all in here. We were 3-betting against ISO raise, so there was like a limp ISO raise, we 3-bet, and there is like pretty much cold call all in. Like we raised to 70 and he had 95. Yeah. Like we don't really want to bet flop much. And the turn, I felt like we block important cards that would continue. Okay, still probably wanna call this hand, but 200 big blinds deep. I mean, yeah, we are against the button, so we have to play it for sure. Just we really need to be careful, especially do not 3-bet too loose, because you will be deep out of position. Let's just bet, whatever. Check raise is fine, bet is fine. So hand, I think it's not mandatory to play 3 spades. Yeah, whatever. It's short, I think we can check raise. More deep, for sure I wanna just call. Nice, yeah, bro. Play with me. Sometimes I need help to actually not run out of time bank. So I need help with some clicking. Okay, we have one heart. We don't fold, whatever. Yeah, sometimes of course we lose to a flush, but there are also missed draws. And the price is too good. Nice, we are on the button and we are deep. 400 big blinds. Okay. That was a quick give up. What now? I think like call is one option. But since I don't know. Not sure about this deal. Yeah. Cause if you play short, this hand is super trash. Yeah. Probably was not a good idea. And now we cannot even call. Yeah. So the idea was that we do not want to play this hand multi-way, although we are still in position. And yeah, if we limp, we will play 5-way. If we raise, we can play heads up in position, but we are too short for it, I think. Yeah, we are somehow all in here, hoping that this guy doesn't have aces. Okay, still has queens, that's pretty strong. Alright, 7 is, I mean 8 is a super bad card. But hey, for the side pot, we only need ace or king. 10 doesn't help us anymore. Yeah. So it was more about the side pot. The main pot was small. Okay, how about a check raise? So yeah, here we bet flop, and also the turn planning to go all in on the river. But we saved some money once again. People don't even let us triple barrel bluff when we are ready. I mean, that's a good thing, yeah. Or maybe he was bluffing as well, right? Probably not with Bear Kings. think we can bet, but we need to fold against a raise. A snap call, that's a pretty good sign. I think we can just bet pot and try to get value from worst 2 pair or ace king or whatever. Or get value owned by ace jack. Alright, it looks like there will be not much to do in this hand. Snap check. Interesting. Snap check. So we kind of hope he has kings and we get paid. No. Yeah, so generally if you expect small blind and big blind to be much looser, then yeah, you should play more hands that can play multi-way. So yeah, if the table is too loose, you need to be even tighter. I mean, if they overfold blinds, then you can play looser. So yeah, you have to play more tight. It same applies for live poker. When you are under the gun and you expect many players that will call, you have to be even tighter and perhaps also start to limp if the rake is low. Alright, I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, we are back in the action. Actually, hold. All right, we had a pretty decent set. If we can check. Anyway, I wouldn't really change the button opening range too much. Only if like people overfold a lot, then then you can open looser. Yeah, if they play very wide, the range that you open on the button doesn't change that much. And you know the small blind would have to play every time. So it's about the multi-way pots. It also depends how much they 3-bet. If they don't 3-bet at all, you can open more hands. If they 3-bet a lot, then you need to be careful. But I don't think, you know, you need to think about it. Just just open the standard range on the button and you're good to go. There is not too big of an edge to be found, I think, to like overly focus on that. Alright, we have some blockers right here. What do we do? I mean, we still have aces, right? Don't really need to bluff, but actually could have value bet, right? Like the semi bluff or whatever. Because the worst hand would call for sure, and we are not afraid of straights. Now we definitely need to value bet. But yeah, it's actually like a good question in general. Yeah, the looser the table is, the tighter you want to play. And then depends, you know, what situation you need to adjust a lot or less. On the button, I don't think if everybody folds to you, then it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, but definitely it's not a fishy question, man. It's actually it's a pretty good one. Especially that, that is the point where you need you need to be thinking about what you are actually doing even before the flop, not only blindly following GTO open raising ranges or something, because there are hands that the solver opens under the gun because often sometimes you will steal the blinds, sometimes you will be heads up. Um, Not too often three-way and almost never four-way. But if you are playing eight-handed live poker, you open and you expect to be 5 players on the flop, then you cannot be opening the same range, but different hands and much tighter. So a very good question actually. Yo, what up, Gustav? Thank you, bro. I didn't see you here. Okay, this is a good example of what not to play under the gun when you expect many calls. And this is so. I mean, it's alright. Especially on Zoom. We can expect to be heads up quite often, or steal blinds. But in live poker, how often do you actually steal the blinds? Right? If ever. Okay, this is random, but maybe it works, maybe that doesn't. Okay. The guy knew that we were randomly bluffing. I mean, it looks bluffy, right? Okay, interesting. Like, normally this guy should have a lot of kings. I feel like we can put a lot of pressure on this guy that will have queens, aces. Never mind. Didn't work. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like sometimes we should bluff here. This might be the time. Let's see. Maybe not. Alright. So it's probably kings very often actually. Or king 8. But anyway, it was not the best time to choose a bluff. The turn, I think, is alright. River. Why not? It felt good at that moment. But again, we shouldn't be really looking for too many bluffs. You see, we get punished pretty often. Yeah. So, alright, ace king queen double suited. Even against under the gun, I think we can squeeze. Especially without this guy here. Not the best flop in the world. But yeah. One guy folded. That's important. Also, this hand, good example what not to play live poker under the gun, or if you expect some players, like many players, to play the pot. Mm. All right. I mean, we have got shot, nothing to lose, right? Okay. Probably another not a good idea. We do not block any flush draw now. Will this work often enough? Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah. Wouldn't recommend any of these bluffs. Probably no good. So when you bluff, you wanna actually try to find some smart ones. Not these two. They were not too smart. I mean that Jack 5 4 6 was better than this one. This one was just random. But whatever. Next time we will have it. Yeah, and we won't need to bluff. Yeah, what a bully we have to fold. Anyway. Yeah, I think we can squeeze this hand. We want to see bet small when the SPR is low, when we are in position. So there is two decisions for our opponent, rather than if we just bet pots, he will have easy decision. When we bet small, we can play two streets in position. Yeah. I mean, where is Coffee Hitter? Are you still here? I kinda need some. Mm. Yeah. On EV, we are not good doing that good today, actually. But that's okay. You cannot win every day. Hmm. Two girls, one bluff. Pervert. Okay, we have a hand here. It's pretty strong. That's it. Yeah. No, it's coffee. And this one, yeah, that's some coffee. That would be kind of ridiculous to only have water in it. Would have to run pretty frequently for a new one. Yeah, here I think we can c-bet with the gut shot. And we block ace king, ace queen. We have backdoor flush draw. Yeah. I feel like we are just chilling and not that much is going on lately. Alright, finally got some double pair. It's my favorite hand actually. Cause look, it's very simple to play. Either you hit or you don't, and you know. So we don't hit any set, so we just check fold. Alright, these kings, I don't know. Normally you open raise, but if you get timed out. Alright, I take it back. It's not that easy because actually this board is not the best. But we wanna bet. But I mean, usually when you flop sets with these with this hand, especially in a 3-bet pot, it's easy. And if you miss, then you just fold. Yeah, actually double pairs have very high win rate. But actually, yeah, I might need to get some water real quick. Alright, here we have a hand. It's interesting. I think the price is too good to fold. Alright. Very strong. Here we have a gutshot. I don't know. We fold quads. The pot bet, I don't know. With a gutshot, maybe we can call. Whatever. We block our own outs, but we get some with the gutshot there. Alright, what do we have here? Some top set. Here probably just gonna call or raise. Let's call and see. Alright. So we are playing three-handed. Okay, we are three again. Alright. At first glance, I kind of wanted to squeeze this hand, but actually, why not? Why not? That's a pretty good flop. Snap check. That hurts. Interesting. A snap call. There are for sure some straights or worse flushes that can call. Yeah, your stats actually. Wait a second. Well, it depends. What stack size are these stats? Because they are very different from each stack. But in general, like VPAP, PFR 2918, it's alright as long as you play deep. It's a little bit on the loser side, but definitely possible. Like we have 26 VPAP on average. On Zoom we have like 23, I think, but 29 is fine. It's easier to play tighter, of course. The looser you play, the harder it gets. And call 3-bet 70%. That sounds pretty standard, although it's very not specific, because it matters so much on your position and stack size and opponent's range and stuff. So sometimes you fold 50%, sometimes you fold 0. But 70 sounds about right, like in general. But yeah, if you would play in a loose game, these stats would be probably too loose. But playing on Zoom where people might be overfolding, it's okay. Alright, I think we can get value on future street easier, or we have a good hand to bluff catch. Interesting. So I don't know, the price is good, right? We block heart. I'm not sure if this is a good call. Really unsure. But the price is pretty good, and we have seen people bluffing weirdly. I mean, yeah. We only need to win 25% of the time. I think we can, maybe. So when we call, we should actually expect to win, to lose often. Okay, what happened here? Yeah, let's try to get some value. Actually, I do need some water real quick. Yeah, just in time. Good flop. Sure. Here, we might want to try to hit some straight flush. Okay, I think we can start betting. Like once. We have some alright hand. Oh. Yeah, just check, I guess. Let's get back over here. How good to hear that, bro. Yeah, I wish everybody who is watching would automatically, magically turn pro. That would be cool. However, on the button, if you are 100 big blinds deep and more, you are in position. So you don't want to fold almost anything if it's against one player. And the small blind or big blind 3-bet ranges should be wide enough that you pretty much fold like 7% when it's 100 BB and more. Okay. If it's against the squeeze, like you open button, small blind calls, and big blinds squeeze, then you fold a lot actually. Yeah, I feel like maybe we can sometimes check raise. I mean, we don't block full house, that's really bad. Probably not a good idea without a 6 or a 3. but we have some outs just in case. Yeah. I don't feel like we wanna try to bluff this guy. We should have some respect, right? No. Usually out of position you wanna 3-bet way more. Or you wanna fold to a 3-bet way more. Here we have interesting c-bet pot. We call a 3-bet, and on this board this guy just ships it SPR almost 2. Interesting. Yeah. This is not the best hand, but I think the raise was smaller than pot. And now we don't want to fold to a single bet. Alright, let's shit. Alright. Here we 3-bet, c-bet, and then just continue on the turn. Not in a good shape. It's a good trap. Okay, so here, you know, you're out of position. We fold kings. So if you're 50 big blinds deep, that's the stack size where you wanna fold a lot of kings actually. Almost folded again. Sprung hand. No. We wanna preferably squeeze. I'm not sure which aces you mean. The before, when the guy called in position against our 3-bet. Yeah. If you mean that, then the idea is to, when you 4-bet, you will make kings fold. So you wanna keep kings in the opponent's range. Yeah. Yeah, probably gonna fold. Yeah, it's only a gut shot. All right, let's try to not to overplay this hand this time. All right. Yeah, let's just fold. Oh yeah. These aces, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake. I mean, if the SPR is 1, it's kind of close, but still the board just is so good for us. So basically, that's the example of like the board that he shouldn't bet that often actually. And if he does, that's pretty big mistake. Hmm. Okay, pretty strong. Maybe a little too strong. Okay, here probably just check back. Here we have a more interesting hand. We squeeze. Green 36%. Drawing that. Alright, another chance right here. Yeah, so probably. Oh, okay, let's go. Probably it would be the same spot what we had against that guy with aces. If he has like ace, deuce 3, and you 3 bet on against MP or cutoff or under the gun, whatever, then you can just check fold SPR1 when you only have aces, because you will be pretty much dead like very often. But yeah, if you have aces, then like SPR1 where you check fold is not that often. Okay. What about here? Feels like a milking bet, but the price is too good and we want to see. Yeah. We are curious. So far we haven't been folding too much. I hope nobody will notice, but it's kind of hard to hide it, right? It's hard to hide when you go live. We have to look that we don't bluff. Yeah, we need a 6 and a 6. Yeah, simple. $5? Oh, that's a good price. How about if we raised? It's like I don't think people ever bluff this spot, but at the same time, I don't feel like they will not fold a full house if you raise, especially the guy that is short. But if we raise, we can make a better full house fold. So actually, this might be a good bluff. Yeah, for sure, it is a good bluff on the flop. Probably one of the best. Yeah, that hurts. We missed the opportunity to bluff real good. Alright, we are all in here. Here. What? Okay. Yeah, actually, I think we can raise, right? To get value from better hand, worse hand. If you want to call, feel free to call. All right. I was hoping that he shows a different hand. You know, kinda expect ace king. I mean, ace 6 or king 6 to be there more often. Alright, we have a pair and a gut shot and some backdoors. Nice lead from him, and now it's not that easy, right? I mean, now we have easy fold. Hold on. So, how many times did we fall into this trap today? Every time. Let's do it one more time. Because the lead on the flop is pretty good. But checking then a really good hand, that would be a next level. So I feel like we will get fold very often. And if we get called, we still have a gut shot, we still have a 9. Almost certainly we are not drawing dead. Um, we do have blockers, but that's it. Cannot really bluff. Yeah. No. Smooth, right? Kinda. Yeah. So we three bet some double suited aces. Not much. Yeah. We try to call. I mean, we tried. Here, I think it doesn't make too much difference to go all in now or the next street. I don't think we can fold. Drawing dead. Yeah. It's a good example of a hand that you don't call versus a 3-bet. So we 3-bet pre-flop. King, queen, queen, 9. At least it's connected. Kind of. Yeah, we don't want to fold against a small bet. It's a pretty good price. Now, this card doesn't help us. Yeah, probably have to check fold. Here also didn't really hit anything. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah, most of the time we kind of get the point what we are doing. Sometimes it's, random clicking. I mean, everybody does that, right? Every now and then, just some random place. I hope. I hope it's not just me. I mean, yeah, sometimes somebody spews into us, sometimes we make a spew as well. Cannot play perfect all the time. But in general, we are trying to do the least possible mistakes we can and hopefully avoid the really stupid ones. But sometimes it can be whatever reason. Maybe you play too many tables at the same time, have too much action at the same time, and then you just, I don't know, misclick or whatever, or do some not really the best move, and then you know it looks like you don't know what you're doing. So sometimes you might see players make a very basic mistake and you will think that they are really bad, but it might be true, but as well it might be some random misclick or misunderstanding. Sometimes you even misread your cards. I think like we can bet, maybe. I'm not sure. This might be one of the stupid, pointless bluffs where we are trying to make kings fold or aces, which will probably never be true. And now, no reason to bet. Yeah. Of course, we cannot make that hand fold. So yeah, probably quite easy check, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes somebody gives it to you, and sometimes you just give it away to others. But most of the time, we kinda know what we are doing. That's what matters. Alright, bottom two and a big door not flash draw. We definitely wanna keep in our checking range and play some future streets. Yeah. That's not really a good bluff catcher. It's weird. We are actually break even for the whole session. It feels like we are losing a lot on other tables. Because I feel like today, especially, we did pretty plenty of mistakes. So cannot really blame anybody who also, doesn't play the hand perfectly against us. Anyway, I'm glad that you enjoyed watching the grind. Okay, right here we have some straight and too much action at the same time. Elsewhere. Alright. We might have missed $300 of value by not raising the turn. Okay. It's whatever. I think we are in two not really nice spots. Okay, right here we have to call, but it's not really the best. 40%. No, okay, that's fine. And here I think we have to call. We have ace king and double flush draw. Here we lose the first and lose the second as well. But yeah. Alright, at least we take this one down. This is a super loose open. Okay, this should be a fold because they are short. I mean, we are. Oh, actually, we have 100 big blinds, but he is short. So that's what matters as well. Alright, we do not block any pair. Didn't get check raised. We block ace king, king queen, queen jack, but we have flush draw. I think it's alright. Yeah, I mean it depends, right? So like it depends how often you see players do certain mistakes. Sometimes, like, not saying that always it's just like a random hand, but you know, seeing some plays that you see from me, you would for sure sometimes mark me as a whale, you know, just like some random play. But yeah, now you still should pay attention to these misplays because even though the whole strategy of your opponent might be solid, he might have leaks, right? Like, let's say if you bet pot with aces on Jack 10-9, you might have a leak in that situation. But might be a just a random thing as well. Like I would probably always look for confirmation. So if you see it twice, then it's likely a leak, common. Yeah, what now? Do we get called by worse? I don't know. Let's just check. But yeah, I still do give it credit, you know, especially when it's like a huge punt. Also, it's worth noting that the player is capable of doing that mistake for whatever reason. So even though the reason is a misclick or bad mood or whatever, the player is capable of doing that. So if you see me do some spew, it's very likely I will do it again. Maybe not that often, but definitely more likely than not, I will do it again at some point for the same reason. Yeah. Usually you start with the logic. Is my hand better than my opponent will continue with? Then if that's true, you want to value bet, right? And then there is like more advanced logic when it comes to c betting. It's like, how likely is it that my opponent will raise? and the smaller the chance, the more you can bet. And you can reduce the chance by holding some cards that will block your opponent's continuing range or raising range. Alright, we are all in, and let's see what happens. It's pretty not a good shape. Alright. It's important to take this one down. Alright, we have some straddles right here. Yeah, let's support the action and let's just call. I mean, we have some cards that look alright. So pretty sure it's a fold against under the gun with these stack sizes. Alright, against the main race, I think we're gonna rebet much more aggressive. It's interesting here. Okay, let's just check. I don't know. Might work, might not. Good call. And timeout, yeah. So definitely want to bet the turn. We are all in here, all in price. Right here, SPR2. We gotta go all in. While here also SPR very far from 1. We just ship it and pray for basically run clubs, or maybe we are okay. Maybe we were good until now. I mean, we have aces, right? And a gut shot. What do you mean 8%? Oh, okay. We have a chance. No, that's not our card. Alright, meanwhile, here we call the flop. Bet the turn. Probably pussy check the river. Alright, we're all in. Alright. Yeah. No, don't worry, bro. Short question, actually. I get it. So, yeah, it might feel very overwhelming when you see too many solutions. Right? And yeah, you should focus on the spot that you might have trouble with, or where you need the biggest improve. That's easy to say, right? But I would say choose whatever you feel like. Actually, yeah, you should focus on spots that are repeating often. You know, do not focus on a hand where, like, I don't know, there's a 3-bet and 2 cold callers, and then it's check check flop, and then you are on a turn. And SPR is 1 and you have a hand. I mean, yeah, the pot is big, but who cares? This spot doesn't happen too often. So you should focus on stuff that is happening most often. Like, let's see, you want to master the c-bet in position first. Let's say, because when you're on the button, okay, let's say this is also very common, right? You raise and either you get 3-bet and you are in position in a 3-bet pot, or you will be in a heads up very often. So that kind of spots you should practice the most. As well as, I think you should always keep your pre-flop game sharp. I mean, I also still practice pre-flop all the time, especially after not looking at the charts for a long time. At least for me, it's like natural that the range is like, they get kind of blurry, and you know, it's not that clear which hands exactly you should play or not, even though it sounds like basics. After all, whatever you do, usually is a lot about the basics in anything in life, right? So a lot of the times it's about, I don't know, about this hand, whatever. It's about mastering the basics, yeah. That's how you become good at pretty much anything. So yeah, don't feel bad if you will still train pre-flop after 5 years of playing. You know, I still do that too, and I think it's important and many people underestimate, because you know, especially when I play live poker, I see players do really big mistakes pre-flop, which is like basic, and these are the kind of players that think that they have the game figured out from A to Z and don't need to go back to training pre-flop, but then they start doing mistakes that makes it very hard for them to have a good win rate. But yeah, there are also of course players that they don't need to remind themselves the pre-flop stuff because they just know it and they don't forget. But yeah, especially when you don't play a certain stack size for a long time. I mean, when I'm, let's say, in Vegas grinding, when I open the pre-flop solve for 10-20 minutes and practice random spot, it helps me a lot throughout the whole day when I grind, that I'm much more certain in what I'm doing. But yeah. Alright, this was a good auto check actually. Well played. No need a time bank. Sometimes it helps us make a good decision. Usually it sucks. Anyway, it's a really good thing to. Okay, we just call and see what happens. The price was too good. Yeah, it's a good thing to just practice a little bit. Something that you already know, not a new concept. Right before you start playing, like a warm up. So I feel like it's a good warm up when you go play live poker because, like, yeah, one thing is you can go and sit on the lower stakes, but then you don't play many hands anyway, so it's a good thing to just open the solver, click through some hands, practice. The solvers these days are so sophisticated that it looks like a game, so it's very easy to practice. Yep. All right. Whatever. We can call once. See the turn. Alright, bro. I counted that. The beer is on you. Anyway, I'm happy you guys are here and you enjoy it and maybe take away something from that. And yeah, that's not my name. That's yeah, that means a little, yeah. Okay. We are deep. So we can play a little looser, but still we are not in the position. We are almost in position. Alright, the size is very small. I don't like that we are not in the position, but we definitely need to play looser as well as his range is looser. No, I guess we just check. Check, check. Probably cannot get a value bet. Yeah, I think it's okay to bet this board. So much better for us. We have a gut shot. Yeah, anyway, can't wait for the beer, bro. When are you planning on to be there? Ziguli. Yeah. Yeah, it's Ladja. So it's a little different, but yeah, I see. So yeah, super quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes or maybe. All right. Yeah, I actually never. Yeah, I never drove Lada or Jigulik. I just heard about them. Okay, we have a little dicey hand here. So we get 3-bet by a guy that is pretty active. Okay, pre-flop we were good. And on the flop we are basically drawing to dodge all the draws. Yeah, that's hard. But we were in a pretty good shape. Alright, we 3-bet. No. Check raise or c-bet. Okay. Yeah, the ace actually doesn't help. Alright, very nice. I count with that. We just need to bring 4 cards back over there because they only play 5 cards most of the time. Alright, this guy kinda rules the table. I think you might just want to check. Because I don't really expect many folds. And we don't even have a flush draw, so yeah. So you play mostly tournaments in Rosbadov? The SPR is low. We might have as well bet. I don't think we want to fold, especially with the 10. So okay, and we here, okay, we are flipping. I mean, we are splitting, and here we have a flush draw against the top set. All right, split is good. Yeah. So we got hit and run, and yeah, pretty standard hand. Okay, let's get ready for triple barrel bluff with queens. Okay. All right, this time we we get to bluff the river, and let's see. Now I think like this guy might trap. He should have even straights in his range. But we follow our plan from the flop. And yeah. Good bluff catcher, yeah. So this is what could have happened before already many times, but people would raise us and prevent us from giving our stack away. And if you do it like that, you can actually get it right. Yeah, I know what you mean. I just prefer 4 cards much. The player pool definitely is softer. But yeah. I'm also not too confident in that game, you know, so I mean, I don't have like bad results in there, but I've been swinging a lot, and you know, the first thing I ask is like, do I really beat this game? You know, like, is it a bad variance, or do I just suck in that game, you know? So I also have respect to that game, because people might know better, you know, than I do. So for sure there are a lot of similar things like in 4 cards, but also some very different things that I can be just unaware of, you know, and I might be burning a lot of money in there, not knowing. But yeah, like that's a good point. If the player pool is soft enough, it should be okay, regardless. Not blocking any hard, I think we don't need to check raise. It's much safer to wait for a jack on the turn. But if we had a heart in our hand, this hand would be probably a good check raise bluff on the flop. So we can fold. And we blocked some hands, you know. He was just joking on the flop. So yeah, the check raise would be good actually, probably. With a heart in our hand. Alright, this is a pretty good turn. Let's just pretend we have kings and we are ready to give it away, the whole stack. So let's see, if we also get called, maybe we shouldn't really bluff every blockers. Because I feel like we get bluff catch pretty often actually, because they will often have a hand like set or two pair and a blocker. Bro, he could have raised with the blockers, right? That would be better than calling. So if we had two kings, there would be less chance that he has kings, you know. Okay, just call. But we can 3-bet more aggressively when we are this deep. So that's an actually interesting call from kings, because like I thought he's gonna show up like two pair and a straight blocker, which if you think about it, they will have it very often in their range, right? They call flop and they call turn, so the river doesn't change and they will often have that kind of hand. And if they don't fold that hand, you know, then nobody cares that you have blockers. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I mean, everybody is saying that the game is much more swingy. I also believe so, because it just appears to be very easy to get it in pre-flop for 200 big blinds or 300. And then even if you have like double suited aces, you have small equity edge, so the variance naturally is much higher. Yeah. As long as there is like 4 card action, I would much prefer this game. Alright, let's hit that bad beat checkpoint here on 2-5. The only thing they need to hit is actually quad 7s or straight flush. There are so many ways. Okay, that's not the card. Oh, never mind. No jackpot tonight. Yeah, I don't know what actually the EV of checking and letting them hit the straight flush or something is. But I just like every time there is a chance for the bad B jackpot, I try to help it so it's more likely to happen. But yeah, even though in the 5 cards, most of the pots that like I lost was like you know, I don't track the hands on live poker, so it feels like I just had double-suited aces, somehow 400 big blinds deep, started with 50 or 100, build it up, and then go 3-way all in, have 37 to 40% equity or something like that, run it once, and lose a huge pot. But everybody will say that, right? So it might just be the feeling. So yeah, I'd rather put my hands away from it before I know that I have edge in that game. And yeah, in the future we might be actually learning here how to play 5 cards, you know. We can be making some challenges in 5 cards. That could be actually fun because I would start out as a beginner. And yeah, before I see the graph going the good way, probably rather avoid that game, you know. And here we might actually test the game and try to learn how it works. And then see the actual results. Not only feeling, but we would see. So yeah, at some point I probably want to learn that game, but probably in future. For now, this game is so much enjoyable for me, and as long as there is a place where to play, there's no reason to switch into a game I don't like that much. But maybe I just don't like it because I don't know how to play right. Usually, the better you are at something, the more you like doing that. Okay. But yeah, I hear many people actually, even those who play 5 cards, still many prefer to play 4. So the game might not be more fun. A beautiful king on the river. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the year is gonna be pretty long. There will be a lot of stuff to do, and at one point we might we might play 5 cards here, but I don't know. I'm, you know, trying to build a. Actually, I need to. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to build like a solid 4 card community, right? Because just I see 5 cards all around. So that would be like kind of a betrayal to 4 cards culture to start playing 5 cards here. Yeah. So we will see. We might just keep playing 4 cards, or we'll see. Oh. Are you guys not getting the sound? Yeah. So the point that the player pool is softer, and sometimes there is nothing else to play, especially when you want to play live poker around here. There's almost no place where you get 4 cards. So you have to adapt. But as long as there is where to play, I would just stick to one thing, try to get as good as possible in it. And yeah, there is like no limit basically in how good you can get, because you will probably never know the game fully, as it's so complicated. You can only get as close as possible, but nobody knows the game perfectly, and there are so many levels. How much can you understand the game? But also, the question is, how much do you need to understand it at some kind of like super master level, right? If you are not competing only against the real best, then the effort to try to understand the game so good might be a waste of time and energy, right? It all depends what you want to achieve, right? I think I wouldn't enjoy trying to understand the game at like super high level, because I feel like the trade-off of living life and studying the game would be too big, and no, that's not for me. Like for sure I want to get better, but like getting like insanely good is just, I think, impossible for me and unwanted. So yeah, okay, we get this in. In short, I want to be for sure like at the level of ahead of most, but definitely not the best. It's impossible. It's crazy hard. Small sizing, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Feels like it could be bluff very often, but like how many safe turns are gonna be there? So yeah, for me, like being really good at the medium level sounds like well balanced way to go. Nothing too crazy, but at the same time, not too lame. Yeah. We wanna bet one street. Probably okay idea to bet on turn. Damn, could have bet the river as well. All right, we open raise, goes check check. I think we can bet now for value. But betting the flop would be too loose. And yeah, we kind of hope that we will win every now and then, but it's very likely one of them will have flush. Yeah, that's why we don't bet the flop, because that hand is actually ahead, right? Hmm. Interesting. So yeah, we might go broke in this hand if it goes as planned. Bro. All right. This guy didn't understand the pass, bro. We could have. Never mind. We could have flipped for $3 for like 25 in the middle. And I would be the one risking. But anyway, sometimes people cooperate, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they get the message, sometimes they don't. All right, here we are on the river. All right, so if he go all in, he would actually win the pot. Yeah, when somebody passes you the ball, you gotta shoot. You know, it's good for you. Okay, that's actually pretty good river. We might try to get some value from 8 or 9s. Yeah, alright, the stream is getting pretty long. Yeah. Three spades. Yeah, I don't know which hand do you mean right now. Yeah. No, no idea which hand. Yeah. Okay. All right. Easy escape. Probably. Yeah. Anyway, it's it's getting pretty late, and yeah. Tomorrow there is a chance of starting something new. I hope it will be fun to watch. I hope it will not be like too boring playing 1-2 cents. Yeah. But as I said, we will spend not so much time on it. So it will be as if you have a poker just as a pure hobby, and you maybe have like 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 hours, 3 times a week or something, 2-3 times a week of play. How would it be like to actually run it up? And how long would it take? To deposit almost nothing and build it into something. Yeah. All right, we have easy hand right here. All right. Yeah, the hand play it itself. No skill required for that. But I think like playing PLO 2, actually the knowledge of that aces is a good hand will probably be enough to win at these stakes. Unless the rake is like too big, but I think like we have rake back, so that will compensate. All right. I wonder what is this guy's master plan. Has to be something really deep. Okay. Okay. We hit pretty good flop. Of course, we are all in. Hmm. Oh. The deuce. So I think you can just 3-bet kings. Alright. Looks like there's gonna be the last hand. Okay. Not much to do in this one. I don't think we have the right cards to bluff. We have to accept that this pot will very likely not be ours, and it's not. Anyway, it has been fun today, actually. A lot of action after all. Thursday evening. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining today and sticking around up until this point. Yeah. Bro, don't punch me when I'm trying to finish. So, yep. I'm happy that, yeah, so many of you guys today joined, and actually it's growing a little. And having you guys active in the chat helps so much, because it makes it so much more enjoyable, much more fun, and like answering some questions makes it even more educatable. You know what I mean? More educational, actually. So I hope you guys like this kind of stream, and I hope that there is something to take away from the whole thing. Yeah, that makes me really feel good about it. So yeah, thank you once again, everybody, for joining, and we will be streaming tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. Chill and Grind series. But before, there might be some extra little stream of another challenge, but we will see. Not promising that. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Peace.